Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I will be your moderator for these next 4 sessions on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Kicking off this session's programming, our first speaker is Mr. Percy Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell brings a warm greeting from Harlem, New York City, close to me here in Brooklyn, where he has lived for the past 3 years. Though he's called New York his home for 9 years, no place resonates quite like Harlem. A University of Alabama graduate, we won't hold that against him, with a major in musical theory and theater. Percy has starred in various musicals, plays, and short films. Notably, he portrayed Edmund in Barefoot Shake's 2022 production of King Lear in Central Park, with Jim Shapiro in attendance. In 2018, Percy took on the iconic role of Malcolm X at Harlem's Ujamaa Black America Theater. This transformative experience, along with roles like Macbeth, Robert Martin in The Drowsy Chaperone, showcases his deep artistic range. Now, Percy invites everyone to support the exquisite 60th anniversary off-Broadway production of James Baldwin's Blues for Mr. Charlie. I present to you Mr. Percy Mitchell.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sydney. So you're in Brooklyn. I'm in Harlem. So we have a beautiful New York morning in front of us.
Well, there's more sunshine up in Harlem. Brooklyn's still got a little cloudy overcast.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The sun's trying to fight its way through, but it'll get there. It'll get there. So
wonderful.
Now you went to University of Alabama?
I did, in Tuscaloosa. Roll Tide. I gotta say it. That's the phrase. I know.
Yeah.
The connotation of the school is they have an interesting history, but for all of especially my Black people in Alabama, I always have to say the Roll Tide, for the spirit of all of our people that are still there fighting very hard for success every day. Definitely.
My family's from Mobile, so down on the Gulf Coast. So there's a lot of Roll Tide fans down there, but my brother went to University of South Alabama, so he'd give me grief if I didn't give U of Alabama, alumni a little grief. So, but welcome.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So I understand we're going to do a fireside chat. So if you're ready to go, we'll jump into it because the time goes fast, and there's a ton of questions I have, and probably a ton of things that people want to hear from someone who's living their passion and dream in the big city, in the Big Apple. So if you're okay with it, let's kind of jump into it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. So you went to University of Alabama. Are you from Alabama or from somewhere else before that?
So my parents are, they met each other when they were 10. Both sides of my family attend the same church in a small town called Florence, Alabama. It's about 40,000 people. We have the University of North Alabama there. So you mentioned your brother going to University of South Alabama. I'm from North Alabama, a lot smaller communities, very intimate church communities. My mother and father both joined the military at 18. My mother is Army, my dad is Navy, and they moved to Tokyo, Japan, where my sister and I were born. I was born in 1992, my sister in 1990, and we lived in Tokyo until we were 4 years old. And then we moved to Honolulu until for about 4 years. And then we started on a trail back to the South, living in Houston, Texas, Meridian, Mississippi, Jacksonville, Florida is where my dad also lived post-retirement. And my sister and I ended up moving back to Alabama when my parents divorced when I was 11. So I'm from Alabama, but I was born overseas and I was brought back to Alabama to my home family. Yeah, when I was about 11 or 12.
I know that lifestyle. I'm a military brat also. So
Awesome.
My dad was career Air Force. So the moving around, living overseas, I get it. And it sounds like, for me, I kept moving as an adult, but it sounds like you found a home in Harlem.
Yes, sir. I moved to New York 9 years ago. I lived in Bushwick, Bed-Stuy, Jamaica, Queens, Washington Heights. These are all New York neighborhoods that are not Manhattan because, mind you, Manhattan is pretty expensive, as we all know. During the pandemic, however, I found the most beautiful space. The street that I live on is actually the last street that Maya Angelou, the famous Maya Angelou, as we all know. She lived on this street in Harlem. I live in front of a park called, it's Mount Morris Park / Marcus Garvey Park. Right. There was a documentary called Summer of Soul on Hulu that Questlove produced. And it was basically known as a Black Woodstock in the 1960s, where around, they said 300,000 people gathered in Harlem for a Black Woodstock that had the likes of Mahalia Jackson, a young Stevie Wonder, a young Gladys Knight. They were all gathered at the park in front of my house. So I do feel the area I'm in is a deeply historical, deep cultural, deep artistic Black center. Absolutely. I love this place. Like my block is amazing.
For those who have not seen that documentary, please, you need to take a look at it. It is powerful, not only in terms of the collection of not only famous, but infamous and historical performers that were there, but the reason that they were there and the messages that they were giving. So thanks for bringing that up. Now, did you go to University of Alabama majoring in theater, or did you switch to that or get involved in theater, kind of accidentally? Talk us about that journey.
Yeah, so when I was 12, I come from a small town in Alabama. There are only a few people with an extraordinary amount of money. So there was a gifted program started when I was in middle school, around the 5th or 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
They interviewed and tested children from the area elementary schools. If you tested it was a visual arts test, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
If you tested on the test high enough at the central office, you were brought into a class with other students from other area schools, where we studied advanced topics 2 to 3 days a week with a teacher. K.G. Simpson is one of the most influential teachers in my life, because at 12 years old, we read an abridged version of Shakespeare's Macbeth. After reading this play and studying this at 12 years old with a bunch of 6th graders, our teacher said, "Do you all want to perform this play?" And we were all very excited. We auditioned for the roles. I had never auditioned for anything. I had no clue of what theater exactly was. I was told at 12 years old that I understood and that I almost could cold read Old English verse. This was when I auditioned for the role of Macbeth, and I read the Tomorrow, Tomorrow soliloquy. After 12 years old, I performed the role of Macbeth, an excerpt for it, for one of our central office board meetings. So I got to perform the play for our central office and for our educational superintendent at the time. I took a break at 12 years old, and then at 16, I joined choir in my school. I was very afraid to perform I've never considered myself a singer, but my grandmother, she is the church soprano at my church in my hometown. I've always sang in church, but I've always been afraid to, until I was around 15, express my gift in public. So I joined choir in the 10th grade. And then when I turned 16, I joined theater in my high school. And that is where I picked back up from 12 years old with the role of Macbeth. And I started to formally act at 16. I was offered multiple scholarships and multiple opportunities, but a kid that had not grown up performing, and I had just heard of New York, and I had just heard of the art and the center of art that it actually is when I was 16. I was very afraid to accept scholarships to AMDA, to Juilliard, to NYU, to Tisch. There were several institutions in New York that I was interested in studying, but I thought I lacked the experience with performing art. So I decided to go to the University of Alabama because my dad, being Navy, also had the GI Bill. So it cost effectiveness. It made the most sense to go to a school where my tuition was paid for, and they offered a half tuition scholarship for musical theater as well. So that's my journey in ending up at the University of Alabama. But I've been performing since I would say 12. I took a break until I was 16, and it's been a constant trail ever since.
So talk a little bit about, there are always pivotal moments in folks' lives, right? There's that moment where you get the inspiration and you know, this is it. And I don't know for you if that was that 6th grade experience or that high school experience, but then there's, the pivotal moment where you say, I can do this really well. And and then there are those pivotal moments where you say, there's more. There's more I want to do. So talk about for you, because you are having this success and having this interest and having this passion in art, in the arts, with singing and theater, etc. How does business
Yes.
Transition. What was that pivotal moment about, and how did you get there?
In the meantime, when I moved to New York in 2015, I've worked for 7 boutique hotels. I've worked for multiple temp jobs that involve the corporation in the modern age. I've been asked to be a model, an actor, and a brand ambassador while serving tables. And a boutique hotel involves, it would be hotels such as the Standard International, Dream International Hotel. And in 2022, I opened a rooftop called the Ned, which is a private members only club that is based in London. Now, when I'm working at each of these jobs, any task, any job, any community of people, I give my all to. And when I recognized that most workers, most young workers in New York since 2015 were not being educated, were not being onboarded correctly. Whenever there was a question being asked about the foundations of any new business or place of business, there was no real order established over the demands for us to transact profit. So after acting Malcolm X in 2018, I had a deep experience, first of all, with myself to decide, am I just an artist, or am I going to stand up for what's right with integrity? And am I also going to take the knowledge I have to not only guarantee the pay that I am worth and valued at, but those around me that I have also seen that have displayed not just their work ethic, but their true integrity as far as how they treat the people around them, no matter what the task is. I thought that after acting the role of Malcolm X, there was a higher calling. There were audience members that told me in 2018, they do not go to theater, they don't attend theater. They are from Harlem and they only attend the Malcolm X tribute every year, because a few of those audience members were still alive and actually in the Audubon Ballroom. I got to interview 6 people who were of various ages in the 1960s, and they were actually in the ballroom, and for their entire lives, that event changed everything about their lives. So the role, it forced me to deeply consider my existence. I am much more than an actor. We are much more than business people. We are moving not just our people forward, but based on Malcolm X's work, and MLK's work as well. Our leaders, our Black leaders in America, have advanced human society on a much larger scale. And what they thought were just a few speeches. What some actors and artists think is that your album or your work of art is just a work of art. It is not that. It is something that, when it is a real piece of art, that can transform and move society forward. So that was the moment that after the role of Malcolm X, I decided that in everything that I do, I must be on a quest to advance myself and those around me forward.
So did you set that up then formally as, as a business, as a not-for-profit, or as a for-profit, or so talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I actually, before launching a business, there were so many children 2nd through 4th grade in my hometown that post-pandemic, so many of their needs fell to the wayside that in 2020, I took my unemployment money and I launched a nonprofit in my hometown. It was a youth nonprofit. I named it after my dad because my dad was adopted by his biological grandmother because, for many other reasons, you have children in the South, and especially in the United States, we have children that are living in third world conditions within the United States, and especially in the Midwest and South. I was deeply moved to reach out to not just my high school network of friends and teachers in my hometown, but also in New York and in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where my ex-partner is from. I was able to assess a network from Michigan to New York to Alabama to basically come up with a new network I had 70 volunteers ready to reach out to each of these communities, to the lowest of those at the very, very bottom that might not even know how to go apply for the resources they need on a basic level. And especially when it comes to the educational needs of our children. Post-pandemic, the world became, the structure of the world the walls are not closing in, but we have to recognize the movements taking place in the world, and we have to be ready to create the space where the space is needed, especially for those disadvantaged. So I launched a nonprofit. I was met with quite a lot of opposition from the nonprofit sector of my hometown and our city council. And the main point was, you don't have any money to give away. You're just trying to situate and distribute resources. And this was a real point at the meeting at our mayor's office. I was basically able to assemble many political leaders. However, there seemed to be, I was not in competition with those who seek to bring community together, but I saw that I have to have my own structure of business first before I am ready to give back, because it's a very multifaceted process to collaborate with those that are already established in business, that have already established how they do outreach and nonprofit. So I took a step back in 2021. I still have the nonprofit, but I have stepped back and I let each of my constituents know in my hometown, yes, we are going to do some fantastic plays, movies, and media that is going to be the real foundation for what these children need. So I decided to step back in 2022 and repivot to assessing what this company is today.
Okay, so talk about what it is, because that's a fascinating story, and I'm sure there are a lot of folks who can relate to the pushback and the resistance, or the lack of faith and belief in whatever their dream might be, and their vision might be for what they want to do. So if we could talk about that a little bit more, and how you dealt with that, what you thought that was about, and what things you're putting in place that others might say, there's an idea for me. So explain specifically what it is that you want the not-for-profit to deliver for the youth that you're going to be working with.
It was very simple. In my hometown, my church is the largest Black church in our city, but there seems to be a division that you can get help if you attend church. But most people don't attend church because it seems they can't get help. So I gathered people in my community that might not be a part of churches. I have one of my cousins. She does live in one of the housing projects of my city. Before I founded the nonprofit, I was constantly reaching out and paying either the utility bill, the child care, or general funds for anyone that was already receiving food stamps, already receiving government assistance. But because they have over 4 children, they have to be in the home. So women who attended my church, the ladies who were in the choir with my grandmother, said, I am retired from my job. Do the girls need help picking the kids up from school, folding clothes, washing the clothes? Do they need general money for when the children are going on field trips and don't have any extra spending money? There are so many ways to situate resources in any community, but it starts with us, the human. The human heart is the most valuable asset in the universe. Mm-hmm. So we basically our volunteers divided into different committees, where it was basically going to be, if you do not have actual funding, do you have time? Time right now is more valuable to children than the actual money. People are transferring the money to pay for the child care. And so we have a large constituency of those that, my mom was a stay-at-home military mother. She was asked to step down from her job to be at home with us. We have so many of those that want to make a home, not a homemaker. I think it is the chief business to care for your community, but the way that we have to, each committee was tasked with being able to deliver an impact report. How are the children responding to when you go pick them up? Are there deeper issues that the children maybe want to get at in what they're interested in school? What is troubling them in school, and how can we deeply communicate between the mentors, the parents, and then their school? I was trying to establish a communications network for empowerment, first of all, and for real well-being. There's so much communication that's lacking, that's keeping us from the real wealth. We don't know the need, and then those that may be aware of the need are not aware of the proper recourse of action to meet the need. So these are the diagnostics I was doing in 2021. Without being paid anything, I was assessing the community. And I went to our city council. And when I was a senior in high school, the then mayor of my hometown wanted me to attend my local university. And he asked me if I would stay in town to be a part of a youth advisory board for the next generation of our town. That's what the larger picture is in America. I say youth nonprofit, but what the actual initiative is that we must grow the cities of tomorrow now. And that was the idea.
So talk about, because again, when you are faced with adversity, resistance, not just adversity, resistance, pushback on something that you've envisioned and that you have passion for, that can be, disheartening. And for some folks, very discouraging, et cetera. Talk about what you did in that moment to address that internally, and then talk about some things that you put in place to deal with that structurally or externally to be able to, kind of move your vision, your business vision forward.
Wow. The discouragement will cause a lot of stagnation. We always have to look at what we have. We might want more, but what I did in 2021, I still assessed all of the children that I care about in my hometown, all of the volunteers who also care about them, whether the funding is there or not for us to elevate the experience. We still have what we have right now, which is community. We have communication. We have transformation that can take place by us being mobile for each other. So what I did basically was I started to throw a few small gatherings where I let each of the mothers of these children know that if I don't have the funding, can we at least establish a network of communications? I was able to set up a network of 20 crisis intervention mentors. Those who used to get in fights back in the day when they were younger, and they've been in juvenile, even a few adults, they now show up on the scene in my hometown. If there is an upheaval before the police shows up, and if we know each other, can the parents go, and can the parents through a network go and try to disperse the situation before we ask a mostly white law enforcement in Alabama to deal with our children? And so there are several ways that the community can be elevated without money, because we are the wealth. We still can communicate with each other and pass that data, that knowledge of how things go. And I also, if I am not serving my community, then I do not feel right waking up in the morning. I am not seeking profit out of my community when I wake up. I basically volunteered to fill out business applications for anyone seeking to found a small business in my hometown. I volunteered to consult and nurture and educate those that might have the money in the bank, but they have never gone to a bank and don't know the process behind what it takes to actually file paperwork for the right license, for the correct license. So I volunteered to give of myself in the meantime until, yes, the network of this nonprofit with the funding is established to really carry on.
So you brought up a significant point that I want to really highlight and stress to folks out there, because you talked about, you went forward after getting the pushback and the resistance with the things that you could do that cost no money. And this is, I think, a place where so many, especially startup businesses, but I do coaching and consulting for businesses at all levels: startups, pre-revenue, startups, early revenue, businesses that have been in place and operating for 20 plus years, those who are doing pretty well but want to transition up. And the one thing that always is pervasive in the minds of business owners is, I can't grow, I can't do what I want unless I get a loan, I get some new equipment, I get a new, it's always about something that they don't have. And,
Yes.
One of the things that's important for us to understand is, and the empowerment of, what can I do with no help and assistance, which usually is about process, procedures, behavior changes, et cetera. And that you talked about that in your feedback and your response right there, which I hope people heard. And if not, get the link, go back and watch this again, and listen to the fact that you did the things that you could do that cost no money, that are still having positive impact and still moving your vision forward. And I think that's an important lesson for folks out there. to really hear and to to put into place. So what it also does, Percy, is it gives you that portfolio of successes that when you're asking for money, you can say, and here's what I did with nothing.
Yes.
Here's what I did with no money, no help, and if I can do that with nothing, think of what I can do if you are supporting me with funds, with resources, et cetera, et cetera. So it's beneficial in both ways. So talk about, you now go back to New York, you're doing stuff. Talk about the things that you are putting in place for that business opportunity now, or the things that you are strategizing about that you need to have in place, for that to, continue on.
So basically, after leaving Alabama in 2021, we are in the post-pandemic world. After seeing the courage, and to me, the word bravery is courage plus hope, to see the bravery of most Black women in my life, especially landing in the city. Since being here in 2021, my best friend, who is also my business partner, she has her master's in directing. Another one of my friends, she has her master's in photography. Another female has her master's in media studies. I am about empowering the young Black female executive because in my own personal experience, I have been guided, embraced, nurtured, and protected by the young Black female executive. And I have personally used my funds from my side jobs that I've worked to exactly not keep these ladies in my life or in the city, but at a time when everyone's losing hope and everyone went to college, but it seems the opportunities are not lining up. I've stepped back and said, for you all that are each leaders that have led my life, I want to work as hard as I can to create the space and opportunity to empower and elevate you all. Because from New York, I'm not the only person such as myself that has a network. I'm the only person that is trying to activate and create the space for a larger network that involves many creatives. So what I've done since is each of my friends, I met them in 2021 as they were completing their masters, and they were basically deciding what are my jobs post college. When they were in between each job, I have still wanted to nurture and invest in them. Whether if it's a stage management job, but my friend has her master's in directing, I'm not subsidizing her pay, but if she's waiting for pay, like the average artist in the entertainment industry waits 3 to 6 months on their check after said project is complete. So the average artist waits for money and they starve in the meantime, no matter how great we look on camera, no matter how much wonderful work was being done, the labor and the actual transactions not happening for the artists. So I've tried to fill in that gap for those that are in between jobs, or there are several artists that are not SAG, Screen Actors Guild, and then the Theaters Equity Association. Several actors are not union. So with union, there are several funds in the city that are available to union actors. We had the writers and actors strikes going on. Several strikes have happened in the past few years. There is no safety net for just the independent, non-union performer. So in New York, I've stood in the gap, and most of my network of performers, writers, directors, technicians, they are all artists that have remained in the city because they love and want to transform art worldwide. And New York is the capital that from art that takes place here and the processes behind art that take place here on a business level, that is what transfers and actually, like I said earlier, moves society ahead. And actually, I'm trying to move the sector of business when it comes to entertainment. I'm seeking to move it forward, but it comes down to how is the average, when you say average artist, being paid, the average artist that puts in the work and the project does profit, but in between, were they treated correctly on any level? And on many levels, the average artist, independent contractor, they're not treated correctly in many circumstances.
So we only have a couple minutes left, so I want to get in 3 quick questions.
Yes, sir.
If we can get there, we'll see. One is you been in acting, theater, arts, etc. You are starting a not-for-profit. What are the differences that you see from going from being a individual contributor in arts to being a head of a business and trying to start up a business?
Yes. I tell all of my actors and performers, no matter how inspired we are, there is a box office based on real numbers, and the data and analytics behind an idea and what actually sold to an audience is what must be discussed. So the difference between, as an artist, I've been inspired with passion, and now I am strictly inspired with business to make sure that we are compensated for the beauty of these visions and that we are adequately educated when it comes to what is the value of this content. There is a big difference. I just recently was admitted into Full Sail University for a business degree with an emphasis in arts entertainment. This is because I am seeking to study the real data and analytics behind the numbers in entertainment, the actual leadership it takes to look at a moving environment when it comes to the internet, AI, and then banking in the modern era. We must be very vigilant of the value that we came into the room with. The humans that each of us are. That's what I'm seeking to elevate. Yeah, currently.
All right, good. Well, you answered two of the questions in that answer. So I'm going to skip to actually what would have been my fourth, which is how can folks reach out to you? Because we're running out of time. How can folks reach out to you if they want to, one, see your work, in whether it's in New York City or, if you're doing work across the country, or if they want to help and assist you and have some ideas for you with the not-for-profit, or if they just want to get more information about, hey, how do I do this thing called acting, or how do I start up a not-for-profit? How do people reach you? What's the next contact information for you?
Well, my Facebook immediately is Percy Mitchell, like my name is spelled on the screen. You can go in and search Facebook. You might have to type in NYC. My IG Instagram handle is Dre Me Out. It's DREYMEOUT. And then I have an email right now that is, we're currently setting up the website, but our email for the company is the number 67, the letter Brooms, BROOMS, media, MEDIA @gmail.com. Please email me with any inquiries. I would love to get into Blues for Mr. Charlie and what we have planned and the funding that we are still seeking. We have a wonderful venue on 54th Street that is the Off-Broadway Theater that several Hollywood actors have been discovered at. We need $3,900 to book the space. And then 1 month from the performance, they are asking for the other half of the deposit. This Off-Broadway theater will give every actor an actual off-Broadway credit. It is a 125-seat house that is in the theater district in Times Square. So it will be considered an off-Broadway production. We are also reaching out to New York City and the NYPD to be collaborators with this process. This show involves the South, it involves law enforcement, it involves civil rights, and the subjects in this play are things that we are dealing with directly around the world today. So I would love all of your support. I would love for anyone to reach out and to know more about this project and the projects after this, because we would love to direct Anthony and Cleopatra next as the next production after Blues for Mr. Charlie, before getting into some workshops and developing some writers for actual short films, documentaries, and film work. So a lot of exciting things happening, and I can't wait to continue the conversation.
Well, looking forward to have you back so we can talk more about the business of theater and the arts and how to, not only address the creative side, but also the business side. So, but I'll also ask you, reach out to me offline. And let's talk about, I do some work with startups. I had some suggestions and some possible resources for you to work with on what you're trying to do down in Alabama. So,
okay, wonderful.
And with that, I'll say, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So great conversation. Obviously, Percy's doing some phenomenal things and very passionate about both the arts and giving back and helping out and building community. So kudos to him, and look forward to not only me, but others, supporting him in all the ways that we can. Just a reminder that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and that information should be scrolling across the screen, and contribute to the account $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. And again, remember, our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 scholarships to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, September 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, The Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for listening. Look forward to more programming coming right up. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer, founder of Strategic Solutions, a business consulting practice, and also a founder of Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, and that's a Black or business growth practice. So I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over in North Carolina, in London, in Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest this morning is Mr. Joseph A. Simmons. He's a retired pharmaceutical executive located in Orlando, Florida, and he started his career in sales with Baxter Corporation, also with Johnson & Johnson and Sunrise Medical, where he was promoted to an executive level position. He went on to Knoll, Abbott, and Novartis Pharmaceuticals in several management positions. He's recently founded the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, a not-for-profit organization, back in May of 2020. So looking forward to an interesting and exciting conversation. So let me present to you Mr. Joseph Simmons. Good morning. I think I said afternoon. Boy, it's been a long day already, hasn't it? Jeez Louise.
Well, in your intro, you talked about, all the different, your global organizations. So guess what, Sidney? Somewhere in the world, it is afternoon.
It is afternoon. That's right. It's like, I just got off a call from. I was actually on last night with a client from India, not Pakistan. Sorry, from Pakistan, and I realized what time it was for where I was. I'm like, wait a second, it's midnight where you are.
Yes.
And yeah, it gets to be that way sometimes. Like, where is it? What time am I? Well, welcome. It's the first time I'm meeting you, so it's great to meet you. You have an extraordinary background, so I understand we're going to do a fireside chat, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. So don't know if you're ready.
Sydney, I was in sales. I'm ready to go.
Okay. All right. Good. Because this time always goes so fast, and so want to jump into it so people get the benefit of your experiences, et cetera. So, first and foremost, you have a career in sales leadership, sales management, executive business leadership. Talk a little bit about it seems, all of it was in the pharmaceuticals. How did you get to that industry? Was that something, that you wanted to do while you're in college, came to accidentally? Talk a little bit about that.
Well, God bless my mother and father. They were very patient with me, but strangely enough, Sydney, my mother always provided me with magazines, business magazines. So whether it was Forbes, Newsweek, Wall Street Journal, she would always kind of give me these magazines, and I had an affinity for it. So I really, when I went to college, I was a political science major because I had aspirations of going into politics, behind the scenes, not being the front man. And my father was a minister. So I had a father who had the gift of gab, and I had a mother who was very practical and very logical. So it only made sense for me to go into a sales career, right? And so, yeah, that's how I started. My sales career was basically, it was just one of happenstance. They looked at the competencies and the skills that I had, and they said, you would be great for this. And I took off into a sales career, and it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot in regards to people skills. It taught me a lot in regards to, what motivates people. Obviously, I was motivated by achievement. I wanted to be successful. My parents were, I look back at my lineage, my grandparents on my father's side were slaves, and they were just freed. And then my father had probably a 6th grade education, my mother a 3rd grade education. But they had this sense of they wanted a better life for Joseph Simmons, their son. And so I always had this drive to exceed their expectations in regards to whatever I did. So as you just read off, I started out in medical devices and then moved over to pharma. And there was always this friction and this bumping with medical device and pharma. We looked down on pharmaceutical people because we didn't think they sold. In the medical device business, it's very aggressive. It's feast or famine. So there's this attitude of, I'm all that by being in medical devices. But, there's this, in the 90s, there's this up and down in regards to medical devices. If you lost a contract with a hospital, it's a zero-sum game. And I was approached twice by individuals say, Joe, you'd really be great in pharma. And I was like, I don't know if I want to make that move. You guys, all you do is go into doctors' offices and, drops things off and do lunches. I'm out here really selling, I just that attitude. But I interviewed for a position with Knoll, and the VP showed me their data, what they get. And Sydney, I was just blown away. I mean, they had, physician level data on almost, where the doctor lived, what he liked to eat, where he, liked to go to restaurants. I mean, and then the prescribing data that they had was just enormous. And it just made me think that it would be a challenge for me, but I had all the tools to be successful. I had data, I knew their target audience, I knew the products that they were prescribing, so I could really develop and focus a field force in that direction. So that's kind of a short story of me going from Leicester, West Virginia, college, sales, and then into pharma.
Okay. So talk a little bit about it. You're in sales, doing quite well. Folks want you in all of their roles, et cetera. What was it that made you want to go into the executive leadership level? And what were some things that you experienced or learned at the sales level that you felt were critical for your success at the executive level?
Wow. Number one was control. That was the number one thing that I looked at. When you become at a certain level of, when you're at an executive level, you have control over hiring, policy procedures, marketing. So you have a better input in regards to the direction of the product, services, or the organization that you're with. That's number one. Number two, what I learned from sales is there's an old adage called know, like, and trust. Three things. That's the fundamental. So to get into an executive level, you have to align yourself with different resources, whether it's marketing or manufacturing, operations, accounting. So they have to know you, they have to like you, and they have to trust you because they're giving you a budget of $10 million. So you've got to perform. So those are the kind of things you learn from a salesperson is that you have to perform. You have to exceed expectations. You have to execute flawlessly. So from those two things, and you move into executive, now all of a sudden you're directing people in regards to execution, product knowledge, relationships. But most importantly, you can give them your learnings. You can pass it on. You can pass, why were you successful? So you mentor people within the organization to become you, to replace you, to succeed you, to go to a higher level.
Yeah. I bet what you just talked about there resonates with a lot of folks, especially that control piece. That that's what most people kind of go into business for. It's like I want to have some say, some control over my own life, my own destiny, et cetera, et cetera. And similar to you, when I was with corporate, I did everything on the ops side. Wanted to get on the sales side. Once I got on the sales side, I'm like, now I don't have any control over the ops side. So I need to be a general manager, which is how I then got to the, going to the executive level as well. Talk about, it's for those who haven't been in corporate America and for those who are, it's no small feat. It's, it's not easy, moving up, and getting to the executive level within some of the corporations that you've been with and how large they are. Talk about what it is about you personally, your skill set, your capabilities that you think allowed you to not only get to that level, but to thrive and be successful at that level.
Sydney, I guess one of the business leaders that I followed early in my career was Jack Welch, who was the leader of GE. And he talked about 5 things that a leader should, if you're going to succeed as a leader, these are the 5 things you need to do. Exceed expectations in regards to sales, marketing execution, hire talented people, stay between the white lines, but most importantly, bring an energy to the job. So when I look at my career and the success I had, those are the 5 things that I focused on. I made sure that, with Knoll Pharmaceutical, I was back-to-back region of the year. I was district of the year. I was region of the year again with Novartis. So from a sales exceeding the expectation, I hit that. In regards to execution, it is so key for whether you're a small business or a large corporation that you execute flawlessly. You can't be, distracted by the shiny objects. That as a business consultant, too many times, I want to do this, I want to do this. Right. And it takes you off track, it takes you off message.
Yep.
So 3 is hiring talented people. You want to make sure you surround yourself with people that are smarter than you. And even today, I try to bring into CMET people that are smarter than me, and they bring a certain energy and they bring a certain thing that can elevate the organization. Number 4 is we all know that there are rules. And in pharmaceuticals, my God, outside of maybe the oil and gas industry or maybe the banking industry, we were highly regulated. You could get fired for selling off label, for example. So you had to make sure that you set an example for your people of what right and wrong was. Lastly is energy. This morning I was listening to your prior guest, Percy Mitchell, I think his name was. Right. He had energy. Mm-hmm. He had energy. That's what you bring to your organization as a leader of an organization, whether it's Novartis or whether it's your own small business. You have to bring this positivity, this zest for we're going to change the world.
So you're having this success at these massive Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies at an executive level. Talk about that moment where you say, nah, gonna walk away, gonna do something on my own. But not only am I gonna do something on my own, I'm gonna do a not-for-profit. So talk about that. What inspired you for that? And, what, if any, concerns did you have, or, what, if any, changes did you make?
Sydney, my wife, I retired 3 times. So each one of the times I drove her crazy. It's like, and I was
get out of the house,
do something, right? And a real quick story. So I was talking to one of my mentors, and we were having lunch, and he said, "Well, let me guess what your life is like. You get up in the morning, 5 o'clock, you watch CNBC, Squawk Box to maybe 9. Then you find, you're going to do some things on the internet till 12. You have lunch. Afternoon, you do the same thing. You pitch and buzz around the house." He said, "Joe, you were an executive. You have something to give back. Why don't you use your talents and volunteer at SCORE?" And that's what I did, Sydney, for 5 years. So I volunteered with SCORE. And while I was there, I developed a couple of workshops that they input, and they became very successful. But in the back of my mind, there was something that, as a little boy, I just remember my father always going to these churches. And these churches, I'm at 16, 17 years old. I'm driving my father. He had glaucoma. And Saturday, and instead of me going to a party or hanging out with friends, I'm driving my father to these small towns in West Virginia for him to have service that Sunday. And Sydney, he would have 8 people there, 10 people there. But Friday night, he would study the Bible. Saturday night, he would study the Bible. And he just knew that, he would give it his all and give it his best. And then May of 2020, I'm watching Squawk Box, and, the whole thing with George Floyd was going through my head, and I'm looking at application for PPP and EIDL, and they weren't registered with SunBiz. They didn't have their tax ID. And I'm looking and I'm going, there's money left on the table here. I mean, it's like typical, business person. There's a problem. How can I solve it? And literally, Sydney, I just got out a legal pad and I just started sketching out a workshop. I mean, my background is management. How many meetings have I put together? How many workshops have I put together? And I said, okay, the problem is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs aren't prepared for success. They can't take advantage of resources. I went to SCORE. I presented a proposal to them. They didn't want to touch it. Luckily, I had an associate who had presented at one of my workshops. I talked to him. He said, "I'll help you put together the nonprofit." And so I set it up so that it was a workshop and it had addressed a problem. The problem was business fundamentals. Second was understanding target audience. Third was access to capital. Everything around it focused in on getting that workshop to commit to those 3 things. And that's how I kind of came up with CMET.
It's sometimes when I'm doing this, I hear themes. So you want to do good.
Mm-hmm.
You have this idea. You pitch this idea to someone and they said, "Nah, not interested." So talk about that. And, was it a surprise to you? How did you handle that? Why did you think that it took place? And then what did you do to get past it, to overcome it?
Sydney, having 30 some years in sales, whether it's, foot on the ground, knocking on doors, sales success really runs around being able to put the no's behind you
Mm-hmm.
and seeking the yeses.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have this dogged focus in regards to, I know I've got a good idea. I just need to find the right person to say, "Joe, you've got a right idea," and to give me the support and kind of keep me pushing in the right direction. So because I had that background in sales, I can't say I didn't take it personally because I'd given 5 years to SCORE. So you would think that, they would be open to it.
I'm worth a little credibility there, right?
But again, you kind of look at the political environment. You look at, SCORE's part of the Department of Commerce, I think. So there was things that I kind of understood. But you've got to have this mentality of, I am going to stay focused on my target. I know what I have to do. I've got a good plan. And I just started pitching. Luckily, I ran across one of the funders at a networking event, and she was new, I was new, and together I understood from a sales standpoint, if I help her out, she's going to put me in front of the right people.
Right.
And that's what I did. I nurtured her. I connected her with the right people. She was starting to see success. And then she said, "Hey, Joe, what can I do for you?" That was my opening.
I'm glad you asked me that question.
Just, can you set up a meeting for me with, who has the money? And then that was the other thing you learn in sales, is that you can't be shy. You've got to be able to say, you know what, as a nonprofit, it is for profit. It takes funding to do what you have to do.
Right.
And so she set up an audience. I had a phone call. I pitched them, and I had a meeting, and then from there it just kind of snowballed from there. And even you almost have to have the attitude of, even with some of my subject matter experts, I've got 3 that have been with me, Sydney, for 21 cohorts. And some of them, the 3 that started out with me, weren't being paid. There was no stipend. So they believed in the mission, which really reinforced my need to say, you know what, I've got something here, but I need funding to really make it happen, to support these entrepreneurs, but also support the subject matter experts.
I do a workshop around kind of mastering finances, et cetera. And one of the things I always talk about is that the goal of business is not about making money, a profit, that it's about, meeting or exceeding the needs of your client base. However, financials become the way we measure success, how well you're doing that goal, how well you're meeting that. So revenue is a measure of how well you're meeting that need. Profit, or surplus in the case of a not-for-profit, is a measure of how long you'll be able to do that. And so I think there's excellent lessons from what you're talking about there. But a key one, again, I want to just, so people don't go by it too fast, was your persistence when you heard no. That you're going to always have obstacles, even when you're doing something great, or you believe something is great. And here you're trying to do something great, noble for others, et cetera. And you're still going to have people who say, I don't believe in it. I don't think you can do it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's worthwhile. And there's this determination that you have to have, this inner discipline that you need to show, that says, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to stick to my objective, and to move forward with that. So hopefully people out there will hear that and resonate with them, because they will experience it at some point, in their journey. I think the other lesson that you talked about is what you did with no money, which is similar to what Percy talked about. And so again, common themes. One of the things when I was managing executive level, when people would come to me for money, can we get approval for this? The first question I would ask them is, what would you do if I said no? And I would listen to their response. And some people would just like, well, I guess we wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, so you're definitely not getting approved.
Yeah, fold up.
But I listened to, what, others would say. It's like, I guess we would do this and et cetera. And my response would always be, then go do that. And then tell me what you got. And because all those things were really about, again, process, behavior. And that's what you talked about there. You said, okay, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to do this way so that I can show some benefit, show some value, and then people will collect around that. And in your case, it was showing value to a potential funder.
Exactly.
And again, I think that's the lesson people can get out of that. You need to show value, and you can show value without necessarily having money. It's just do what you do, and do it well, and show the results from that. So,
and Sydney, absolutely right. I mean, because I spent X amount of years in pharma, with drugs, we always talk about efficacy. And with a physician, the first thing they want to hear is, okay, what is the efficacy? Now let me put it on somebody and see if it works. Once they see it works, it's safe, it's reimbursed, boom, it's off and running. It's the same thing, like you say, with your business. You have to establish credibility. People have to know you, like you, and trust you, but you have to keep coming back. I used to, one of my first sales reps told me something, and he said, people would come to and say, why are you good? Why are you successful, Bill? And Bill would always say, look at the soles of my shoes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Put the legwork in, right?
Exactly. Sydney, you can't be successful sitting here behind a desk and just, hoping that business will come to you and funders will come to you, right?
Yeah. There's a quote I always rely on that says, alas, I could have been a great writer, except the library chairs were too hard. So unless you're willing to, be a little uncomfortable, do a little work, success just doesn't follow you around, tapping you on the shoulder and going, come on, I'm here. Take me. You got to do for it. So talk about, now there are people out there right now who are just like, this guy, Joe Simmons, he's that, da, da, da. Talk about what your organization, CMET, does, how it works with entrepreneurs, aspiring business owners, and what are some of the programs or services that you guys deliver?
Very simply, Sydney, the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, we focus on preparing entrepreneurs for success. That is our mission. So how do we do that? We have a few channels that entrepreneurs can go through. Number one, we have a 5-day virtual EBA. And each one of those days, we focus on the pillars of entrepreneurship. So day one is going to be business planning. Day two.
So folks who don't know, EBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Entrepreneurial Business Accelerator. Okay. And for the aspiring entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs out there, it is from 8 to 4. And it's taking in a lot of information because in eight hours, we're going to go through capability statement, resume. We're going to go through mission statement, value, all that in regards to business planning. We keep it relatively fundamental, Sydney, with a 1-page business plan that we want them to have, the entrepreneurs to have completed. So that's done on day one. That Wednesday is understanding financials. So it's cash flow, balance sheet, income statement. But like you said earlier, it's also how do you price your product? How do you price your service? What is your margin? Can you afford this? Because I think it's for our target audience, which is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, they have to understand profitability. Like you said earlier, it's not so much making money, but it's sustaining your business so that you can do the things you want to do in regards to your product and service. So that's the Wednesday. The Friday is branding. It says that there are 3 challenges for businesses: access to capital, business fundamentals, and then target audience. How many times have you been around a business and they said, you ask and Sydney says, you know what, Joe, I want to sell to everybody. And your head explodes. It's like, no. So we spend time in regards to target audience. That's a whole day. Then how do you market? What's your brand? What's your value proposition? That's Friday. Then Monday, it's about sales. One of the things that those 3 groups are challenged with is messaging, and then taking the frustration. You've got to go out and sell your product, whether it's online, whether it's commercially, business to business, consumer to consumer. And then day 5 is I want to make sure the entrepreneurs are connected with these 5 resources. So an accountant, an attorney, a banker, insurance agent, cybersecurity, and then last but not least, a business coach. And then we wind it up with a pitch contest. And the pitch contest is kind of like Shark Tank. I give them 90 seconds to kind of go through their business and pitch it to 3 judges. So that's one channel that you can do. And our next EBA starts on October 28th. Now, I also do, for the graduates of those for sustainability, I've got a growth accelerator program that runs for a year. And that's selected entrepreneurs that we put through that. And we're finishing up the first one in November. So you've got the growth accelerator program. And then we also do a business academy. So there's 2 organizations. I'm running an 8-week and a 10-week business academy through CMET with my subject matter experts. And that's the other thing. I've got 12 to 15 subject matter experts that come through, and they provide the content, the information, and the resources for the entrepreneurs. And then the last workshop that I have is entrepreneurship through acquisition. We're looking at what they call the silver tsunami, where there's $10 trillion of market value businesses that are out there that we can now go in and now take over. And what do you gain, Sydney? Cash flow, resources, scale, credibility. So those are the programs that are underneath CMET right now that we're doing.
And are your services free, low cost, at market cost, for those who are participating?
For the 5-day, I can't say it's free because I'm taking 40 hours of your time. So your time is money, but in actuality, there's no charge for that. There is a charge for the Growth Accelerator program. The business academies, that's run through municipalities. So depending on whether they want to charge for it or not charge, it's up to them. All I do is take my people, put them in, and then run through the 8-week or the 10-week, wherever they want. So that's kind of a business model that I put together for them. The workshops are all free. So I've got a workshop and 2 workshops in November, one in Tampa and one in Jacksonville for any of the entrepreneurs out there that are interested in buying a business.
And how many entrepreneurs or businesses do you work with at any one time? And give us an average of the number that you handle over the course of a year.
Wow. I can tell you this. We've done 21 cohorts since March of 21, and I've had 250 entrepreneurs come through my program. So probably we've touched 300. I would say roughly 300 entrepreneurs over 3 years. So 100 a year, roughly.
Congrats. And so for those who are out there, again, take a listen, because, there's opportunities for you to be able to get support depending on what you're struggling with, or, just, nervous about or unsure about. There's lots of places for you to get that, that kind of help and insight. So talk a little bit about the mindset shift that you had to go through working corporate to going out and being an entrepreneur. And then talk a little bit about the thinking that, if any, that changed for you going from a for-profit career to a not-for-profit business model. So talk about those two dynamics and what adjustments, if any, or you needed to make, mentally in addressing that.
Wow, that's a very good question, Sydney. As I look back on it, probably the quickest pivot I had to do was come to grips that you worked. It sounds like you worked in a corporate environment, and I worked in a corporate environment. If we were promoting a drug, it'd be easier for me to call up marketing for Zellnorm and say, "Hey, look, I need an additional $250,000 to promote this product," and they can look at my numbers and say, "Okay, it's a worthwhile investment." To get $250,000 in a nonprofit world, oh my God, it is challenging to say the least. So that was the first thing that I had to come to grips with, is funding. The challenging of getting funding, whether it's grant, whether it's CRA funding, going out there and being able to, go through a grant proposal to make sure that there was a fit there, making sure that we had a proposal, a business plan, financial plan, capability statement, all that in there to make sure it matched up. So yeah, just that shift that there's this mentality, someone told me, that nonprofits in the funder's mind are always starving. They give them just enough to get by, And so that's probably the number. If for the audience that's thinking about starting a nonprofit, that's going to be your biggest challenge, is that, okay, I'm going to have limited funding, limited resources, but I've got to make a great cake with all this. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of manipulation. It's a lot of not getting discouraged, because you're going to have a lot of, you think you're going to have a grant, you think you're going to have this funding, and it doesn't come through. So you've got to be able to have secondary plans. You have to look at certain business models, like you said earlier, subscription-based model, for here at the Black Business Network. So you have to think through those things as a business person, number one, because you are actually running a business. Mm-hmm. You have to have scale. You have to have employees. So you have to start thinking almost like a for-profit business layer on top of a nonprofit. If that makes sense.
Yep. I tell my not-for-profit clients that, look, the only difference between being a profit and a not-for-profit business is you can't use the surplus at the end of the year as a not-for-profit. It has to stay with business.
Yep.
Other than that, everything that applies to a for-profit business applies to you. You want to have a surplus. You want to be, you need to manage the marketing communication. You need to understand your target market, blah, blah, all those things. So agree 100%. Talk about, and I'm going to combine these two questions because we're getting close to end of time, but talk about your future goals for the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, and talk about the legacy you'd like it, to have or to leave, kind of when you turn it over.
Well, you sound like my board. We had that conversation last week. But I guess your first question was
future goals. Yeah,
future goals. You know what, Sydney, we're in this now space of AI and the potential of AI and how we can harness it for organizations. So I've looked at probably 2 different AI projects, but I've kind of narrowed it down to one. Because my target audience are women, I had a meeting with a developer, and she's put together this AI prompted leadership training app. Because if you think about, the audience now, everybody's moving to either a tablet or some kind of mobile device. So I'm looking at this for CMET in regards to if you're an entrepreneur like yourself and you say, you know what, I'm having a challenge with profitability. Boom, you'll go through a 15-minute training session on profitability. Then you'll provide feedback via AI. And then you'd also have a coach on the periphery that could come in to help you if needed. So that's a project that in 25, 26, I would like to get done for CMET. And obviously that would be a subscription-based model, because now I'm looking at a wider audience in regards to utilizing that. So that's kind of the future of CMET, I think. So now that would give me, not only the EBA, but also the GAP, the other programs, but now I've got a subscription-based model that I can now utilize within my ecosystem. So when I look at the legacy of CMET, there was a book that came out, I think about 3 months ago, and it talked about for every dollar a white family earns, we earn 15 cents. So I want to say that as I say goodbye to CMET, that somewhere over the next 5 to 6 years, we've gone from 15 cents to 20 cents to 25, and we're on a trajectory to get to that dollar. Because one of the things that as a community, we've kind of gotten away from is that if you think about Rosa Parks had a bus protest back in 1954, I think 1955. It wasn't until 1967 that we really achieved, the Housing Act, the Voting Rights Act, right, all those. So it was 15 years. So that was, Dr. King had not only did he have a dream, but he also had a plan that is long term. And I think that's one of the things that I want to see with CMET is that, okay, this is where we're at now, but 5 years from now here. And then when I have a succession plan and hand it off to somebody else, that we're a solid organization, fully funded, but now we're moving the needle in regards to the community where we're no longer at 15 cents, my God, and we're at 25, but we're on a trajectory to get to $1.
And man, I have so many questions. That one just brings up that it's like, I want to connect with you outside to understand what you think the cause to that is. And I'd love to work with you on that. My audience is similar to yours. It's women-owned, minority-owned businesses, trying to help smaller businesses get to be big, rather than just keep working to, bigger businesses get bigger. But we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask this. For those who are listening out there, and who are entrepreneurs or wanting to be entrepreneurs, where do you see kind of the future of business, and what do you think existing entrepreneurs or future entrepreneurs need to be focused on to be successful in that world?
I would say as an aspiring entrepreneur, you have to look at it like back in the day, if you and your wife are looking to buy a house. Some people want to buy a house that's already built. They want to buy it, go in and fix it up, right? Another family, they want to buy new. They want to walk in and everything in the house is already done and it's their house. I think we as a community have to decide that whether we want to start a business or whether we want to buy a business. Because when I look at my career, Johnson & Johnson was 132 companies, all acquisition based. Novartis was 7 companies, all acquisition based. And to quote Reginald Lewis, why should we let white guys have all the fun? And that's what we're doing with, we're not really participating in acquisition, and we should be. Number two, if we're building a business, I think we really have to focus in on the fundamentals. We've got to stay true to the fundamentals. Know your target audience, know how to get to them, and know how to sell to them so they know, like, and trust you, and then build off that.
Sorry about that. I was, how would you say? I was asking the producers to give me more time, because there's just so many more questions I want to ask, and I think that would be of value and benefit for folks. So I've been granted more time because everybody's having such a great time, listening to the information and input that you're having here. I just think people will benefit from it so greatly. So. So one, thanks for that input and info. But to that point, let's go back then to the point about the 15 cents to the dollar, a difference. What do you see as maybe the top 2 or 3 reasons? Because it's going to be multiple things that are impactful of that. What do you think are the 2 or 3 biggest contributing factors to that differentiation, that gap? That you think need to be addressed, in the next decade to make that gap much, much smaller than what it is today?
Wow. Wow, you asked a good question, Sydney. I think that 15
make you go,
I think one of the things that we've got to look at is, and this is just I think if you go back to after World War II, there was the Marshall Plan that really built Europe, specifically Germany, back to where Germany is today, the same thing that it was Japan. I think we're in a situation, number one, and I've said this in meetings with politicians in Orlando and Orange County, is that we don't have the political will, number one, to do a Marshall Plan. So it's up to us to do it. And I think one of the things we have to start doing, Sydney, is having kids in high school understand what business is. Because right now they have no concept of what business is.
Right.
I would say even have an entrepreneurial, department within a high school. And then, right now we're in a situation where you and I can go into high schools and we can talk to them about business. And we've got to change the ceiling. The ceiling can no longer be, well, I'm going to be a rapper, I'm going to go into music and entertainment. We've got to move away from that. Our ceiling has to change. We have to look at things in a bigger global stage. I remember, I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Rhoden from the New York Times. And he said back when he started in the 50s, he competed with people like the New York Post, the Daily News, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. That's who he competed with then. Today, he said you compete on a global stage. So we've got to understand that that's the stage that we're competing on. So when we look at businesses, we've got to look at businesses that are global. We got to look at businesses that are global, but we also have to look at businesses that are Main Street. There's still going to be a need for plumbers. There's still going to be needs for carpenters. So Main Street is still there. So we've got to look at things of entrepreneurship is business and making money so I can give back to my community. So now I can have a Home Depot in my community. I can have a gas station in my community. I can have a grocery store in my community. And just think about how that community would flourish.
Right.
So I think we've got to say, okay, this is our plan and this is how we're going to get there. But I think what are the numbers, Sydney? I think it's something like, if we started a business today, for it to be generational, we'd have to be in business almost 200 years.
2 points that you made. One, even in my work with founders and small business owners, one of the things I find, even with especially with the trades, but almost every industry and segment, that people run their business like a side hustle.
Yeah.
Even when it's their business, they're running it like a side hustle. Doing it on let's use this Band-Aid versus versus, look, I'm building this to last. And so what are the structures? What are the systems? What are the processes I have to have in place to make that? So if I'm a plumber, what's the business of plumbing? I know plumbing. What's the business that I apply to plumbing, my plumbing business, so that I can be consequential and substantial and long lasting, and so that I can grow. And then I become the Roto-Rooter, the national plumbing company, or if I'm going to open a hardware store, I'm going to do this to be long lasting, and I become the Home Depot because now I acquire all these other places and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a great opportunity that I see in my work with folks of, just getting them to see this is what's possible if you put these structures in place. Otherwise, you're dooming yourself to being this, kind of this afterthought.
You bring up a good point. Like I said, I run a entrepreneurship through acquisition workshop. And I was talking to an associate who is in the business brokerage business. And he gave me this example of exactly what you just said, Sydney, that an entrepreneur bought a lawn care company, go out to cut grass. But because he had an operational background like you, he bought another landscaping company. He bought 10 landscaping companies because he knew that by operating it at scale, he could become more profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. We think in terms of, and that's right down Main Street. I mean, how many times have you seen, that you can do this? And also the opportunities of Main Street is this. He also called me and said, Joe, I've got an $8 million tow truck business that's for sale. And I put it out in my network. Only one person called me up and said, hey, Joe, I'd be interested in doing that. $8 million. Think about it, Sydney. So if his margins are 30%, he's generating probably around $300,000 to $400,000 in GP dollars, right?
Right.
You know what his salary is.
One of the things, so to that point, and because of, my career, I was, very diverse in the industries that I managed in. And so from international paper company to PepsiCo, to Citigroup, to JP Morgan Chase, so, for the Eastman Kodak, so all different industries, all different segments, global, I don't get, put off, frightened by, oh, this is a different industry. But you hear so many people, it's like, oh, I don't know anything about that. Again, if you know the business of business, that's a technical piece. You can learn the technical piece in a matter of months, but you'll have the business of business that you can then say, well, this is what that needs. We need to do this, and And so they often get thrown off by and scared off by, well, I don't know anything about that. To your point, it's like you're missing an opportunity. That's a highly a business with not only high need, but high margins because of the kind of service that you're providing. That people don't have options usually when they're needing that service, et cetera, and that you can build it and you can use it as a cash cow for other business opportunities. But
I mean, that's exactly what the lawn service people did. The cash that was generated off that first purchase financed the second, third, and fourth.
Right.
But again, like you said, it's understanding business fundamentals. So it's understanding when you walk into a bank, you've got to have a business plan. You've got to have a financial plan. You've got to understand the dynamics of money when it comes to finance. Where's my cash flow? How does my balance sheet look? And if you don't know, then you need to have that circle around you. That's the other thing that we've got to come to grips with is that I've got 4 people that I call up and say, hey, I don't understand this about a nonprofit. Joe, this is what you need to think about. Joe, you're off base here. You need to get focused here. This thing of I can do it alone doesn't work.
Right.
Yep. So I can call you up and say, hey, Sydney, I've got an issue with cash flow. I've got an issue with operations. Help me out. And you'll say, boom. And that's how you keep a business successful is that you have those 3 or 4 people around you that you can call up and say, hey, give me a sanity check. I need this.
Here's the question for you. What's your ask? There are lots of folks out there listening right now, loving what you're talking about, learning tons. Do you have an ask for the audience? That's going to help.
Of course, I have an ask.
What's that?
Write a check.
Can so here's your opportunity. Here's your platform. What's your
No, I mean, seriously though, nonprofits like Mr. Mitchell's that was ahead of me and a nonprofit like the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, the things that we can accomplish needs funding. So if you can't, fund us, then put me in the room of people who can. That's all I ask. I'll do the rest.
Yep. Well, and to the point you just made and connecting Mr. Mitchell, Percy Mitchell's, conversation and what he's trying to do, what you're trying to do, and then others, in that space, from a not-for-profit or even from a for-profit. If we start, supporting those organizations, that 15 cents, that's a huge piece, taking that 15 cents to the dollar.
Yeah.
Or taking, I saw your short video commercial, et cetera, where you talked about, I think it was the earning.
A dollar stays in the Black community.
That's time. That's what it was. Yeah. The turnover rate of money in our community. So the 30 minutes, to the 8 hours, those things happen because they are thriving businesses. Those thriving businesses happen because they're getting the support to learn how to take their side hustle to be a business, or to stop running their business as a side hustle.
Yeah.
And organizations like yours are key and instrumental to that. And the difference between what you're doing and a SCORE, nothing against SCORE, but your commitment to the community is different than theirs will be generally. That's a huge piece.
And the other thing, Sydney, I think also, if you look at SCORE, everything is off the shelf. Start a business, you go to a workshop. Understand financials, you pull that off the shelf, you set for that. In 5 days, I can give you the fundamentals. You'll have a solid foundation. 12 to 15 subject matter experts will give you a solid foundation. You're going to have a business plan. You're going to have an understanding of pricing, your numbers, your target audience, and then also how to begin the communication of access to capital.
Mm-hmm.
You can now build on that because you've got the foundation down. And now it's just a matter of execution. So I can give you that in 5 days,
right,
but you've got to commit to 8 hours. I can't, I can't do, that's my program. I can't make it any other way.
Right. And I think it's important for people to understand in 40 hours, 5 days at 8 hours, 40 hours, you're going to go through the fundamentals, which really, it opens their eyes.
Yep.
Of what they need to know and be doing, et cetera, gives them a framework for doing it. But there's still a ton more work that they're going to have to do to make that, to put that into place, to implement it, to make it a success, et cetera. But it also opens their eyes to the places and the resources that they have for being able to get there. And so again, I think that's why what you're doing is so valuable.
And so, Sydney, also, you're in a community of 20 odd entrepreneurs. And you know as well as I do, the language we speak as entrepreneurs, our spouses might not understand it, our friends might not understand it, our associates might not understand it. But because you're in that community, now you have someone that you can call up. I can call you up and say, man, I had a bad day. Well, okay, get you pumped up out there again, because you understand that journey.
Right.
You appreciate, and you've been together for 40 hours. So, you have your language, you have all that. So that's also the beauty of CMET.
Yeah. You're building your network and your community and your support system.
Exactly.
Through that. So talk about, we're running out of time. Talk a little bit about how people can reach out to you, to be involved in your program, to give you, some resources, or to, put you in contact with the resources. So what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
Number one, my website is tcmet.org. So that's T Tom, C Charlie, M Mary, E Edward, ttom.org. So there, if anyone's interested in coming to our October 28th EBA, Entrepreneur Business Accelerator, that's one way. I can give you my email address. No spam allowed, but it's my first initial J, my last name Simmons @tcmet.org.
Good. All right. And remember, folks, If you got some funding that you can provide, if you've got access to funding that you can provide, if you have other resources that would be of use, time, physical things, etc. I'm sure he would love it and put it to use. Or if you're someone out there wanting to start a business and want to use or take advantage of the courses and training, I think that's all there. And I would love to connect with you outside too, for some ways that I can help and support and be involved in what you're trying to do. So
okay, look forward to connecting with you, Sydney.
Yep, and look forward to having you back again so we can go into even more depth of some of the things that you're doing. Hear some more success stories, and maybe even the next time bring on one of your successful cohorts and go from there. So,
love to.
All right, so with that, I'll say genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks.
That is a phenomenal program, and for those who are in need of guidance, etc., there's an avenue for you to go through. For those who can help and support through funding or contact with funding, those kinds of programs need it tremendously, and you'll be doing good work. Black Business Expo, the mission for the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App. And the account number there is $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. The goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register for the program at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Yes, that's the same website. Every dollar counts. So please, reminding you, stressing to you, donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for the month of September 2024. Those sponsors include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, the Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for watching. Continue to watch as we have more sessions for this section's show. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth Imagineer, and I'm the founder of Strategic Solutions, which is a business consulting practice, and Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, which is a business growth practice. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker, and actually we'll be doing a fireside chat, is with Edith Nwosu. Edith is a distinguished entrepreneur, author, media solutions specialist, and has been selected for inclusion in Marquis Who's Who. As the founder and CEO of the Lady E Effect LLC, Edith has spent over 2 decades offering comprehensive business solutions, including digital marketing services that enhance visibility and profitability for individuals and organizations. And with a strong background in corporate hospitality, business development, and behavioral therapy, her expertise spans multiple industries. A published author, a podcast host, Edith is committed to transforming lives, fulfilling purposes, and driving global improvement. So please help me welcome Miss Edith Nwosu to the program.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
Good. Welcome. Tell me a little. We're gonna have a fireside chat, correct? Did I get that right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure so that I didn't take us off one direction and you were like, wait, I had a whole talk prepared, etc. So one of the things I want to do is jump right into it because we have such limited time, and I want to make sure everybody gets as much information as they can from you, given your background and your expertise, etc. So, but first, just giving people a little insight of your background. Where are you from? How did you get the expertise that you have? Was it educational? Was it through practical experience? Talk a little bit about your background, your backstory that got you to this point.
Well, thank you for that question. So, to give the audience some information on my background, I was actually born and raised in the Maryland, DC, Virginia location, Prince George's County to be exact, Maryland. And my family comes from a Nigerian Igbo background. So, very young, since elementary school, I participated in practicing areas, volunteering areas, in areas of special needs, disability. Um, Child development, and definitely it started with education. I come from a very entrepreneurial and business savvy family that doctors, engineers, lawyers, as well as those that own healthcare industries and very, very diverse. So I was very influential in the community affairs. So even starting as young as 8, doing newspapers and things like that, and participating in um, city campaigns as well. I've had the blessing of through school and volunteering, as well as in jobs growing up very young, just really shaping the direction of my business where I am now. So, in terms of business development, it really started very young at the times that I just mentioned, but just the exposure to the environment, the family, and the community I come from, and just being very intentional about the time that I was exposed and participated in global community, business, and family affairs. It really helped shape me to become who I am today.
Wow, it's pretty impressive background. And starting at 8, I don't know how many people start their business career, entrepreneurial journey at 8. So kudos to you. Talk a little bit about Lady E Effect LLC, what it does, and how did you get involved with that? What prompted you to or inspired you to create it?
So, for those that don't know, of course, my first name is Edith. I have a couple of different nicknames, and Lady E kind of grew as I got older, and definitely with what I shared before. I definitely consider myself a lady, and I take very intentional purpose. I take purpose and transformation extremely seriously. So, going through just a phenomenal developmental community I have. I've also seen trials, right? I've seen violence. I've seen a lot of things that's affected us as, African Americans, Africans, people of color, that even myself, I experienced a shooting back in 2005. So, going through things that I've personally experienced, but also my environment, I always knew that there were always great things happening in our community, but unfortunately, it's also overshadowed by the violence, by the poisonous, implementation. So, the Lady Effect really stemmed from that very early education, healthcare, kind of global business development experience I had. And I always knew that I was going to transition into business. I'm also an Edith Jr., so my mother has been in business in the healthcare field since 1992. And from my grandparents to et cetera, I've come from a very, very business savvy entrepreneur background that we're very intentional about helping the community, evolving the community, lifting up the community. So the Lady Effect really connects back to that global transformation, right? Our communities all connect to one global reach, and what we implement in it, from the education purposes to things like that, is extremely important. So some of the areas that my business covers is coaching and consulting services, as well as overall helping to build that online presence. We know the internet is something that is extremely influential in today's culture. So whether we're talking from a political aspect or an education or editorial aspect, I help through my company, businesses, brands, and thought leaders as well, just build their global domination. So platforms like LinkedIn, platforms like Meta, paid ads, different things like that. We just help establish them to become the go-to experts, build that online presence that a lot of times they can't focus on that. They're focusing on what's going to improve the community. So we take care of all of those type of things. And we also involve media solutions. Of course, people think about media from an aspect of, TV, this and that, but media is huge, right? A lot of us wouldn't know each other without media. So solutions is there because I believe in providing proper implemented solutions to improve our communities.
So talk about some of the transformations that you've been able to uh, drive, deliver, for some of the organizations that you've worked with, and talk about that in terms of the accountabilities that you feel are important for someone like you, a company like yours, in working with entrepreneurs.
Very great question. Thank you for asking. So, my answer to that is number one, when it comes to accountability first, we have to be aware that there's a problem, right? In order for there to be a solution, there has to be an identification of a problem first. So, in the diversity of what even led me into business, and while I was in business, still participating in areas where I can work with other companies and things of that nature. Number one, mental health is extremely important because, of course, as adults, we think about business, we think about providing for our families, our communities, but are we honest with ourselves in terms of what's going on in our minds? So, with that coaching and consulting area that I have, working with clients of adults and of adolescent ages, observation is something that is extremely important to me because outside of initially asking questions, when you observe and you listen to the body language, the facial features, the tone of the person that you're speaking to, and then also creating a very safe space for them to lay out what their problems are, what their issues are, whether it's an actual corporate company that you're speaking with, or it's an actual individual that's dealing with substance abuse, which I've had experience doing that as well. The transformation really starts with identifying the problem. Right. So there can't be transformation without that. So once that is identified, I do provide, trainings and, different activities to help break down what those issues are. So it can be in a more simplistic format. And from there, with the activities that I implement for that guest, or excuse me, for that client, what's most important is for them to understand that they already have the solution. So we use our expertise to just bring to the forefront what they already have.
Mhm.
Personally, for me, I don't believe in like soul searching. We all were created for a purpose. So we just need to be around the right individuals and professionals that help provide that where we're more tunnel vision, laser focused, and we understand that with our purpose and overcoming our challenges through our purpose, we're able to evolve. So that's where that transformation takes place. We're already reminding our clients that they already have what it takes to be successful. So eliminating the limited mindset, right? The poor mindset or the discouragement or the unbelief. We
Mhm.
believe that it's important to focus on the areas of what helps them thrive, what helps them succeed, their strengths, and building off of that. And then also transitioning their weakness into something that they can apply their strengths to amplify from. So there's a lot of different ways that you can apply different activities for transformation, but it really starts with your mind, I would say.
Okay. You used the term earlier, profit domination. Um, Talk about how you define that as an organization, and then talk about some specific, strategies that you use when working with your clients or with individuals on achieving profit domination.
Yeah, so again, very good question. When it comes to profit domination, right? So I like to take my media and really utilize the internet because, again, the internet is just a massive way of how we connect. So whether it's live streams, whether it's through social media, whether it's through simply a website or even Google My Business page, these are all ways that people that don't know who you are, that tend to be your target audience for businesses that understand how to niche and focus on that target audience and also understand they're building a community from that as well. The profit domination pretty much comes from being able to identify where your target niche is, where they are operating in, and then also expanding in that community. So it's not just about getting clients. Your clients need to understand that it's a trust relationship. They're able to be relatable to who you are. That's why a lot of times customers and clients even buy from businesses or let's say personal brands too, because that's who we work with as well. But the profit domination just really is about elevating through the different channel ways that we have through these social media platforms, through these internet opportunities that, they have social media platforms that pay you when you get monetized, for example, with YouTube. And the more that you're providing value, the more that you're providing education, the more that you're providing your services, that can scale your profitability. So that profit domination also comes from the aspect where through SEO, search engine optimization, and other implementations like that, we gear you to be amplified past your competitors. Because let's be clear, all of us are in industries that someone can say saturated if that's what they see, but we look beyond the surface. So that's where it elevates you into that place where you can dominate the internet space, because it's so huge. There's so many things that are untapped. There's things that are being birthed into places where even our Black community, we don't have as much things that we own at this point, that a lot of us are, we're changing the game. So utilizing those partnerships, utilizing the opportunity of expanding in your community affairs, these come back to the profit domination. The more relationships, the more clients, but most importantly, the bigger your community is. One person represents a network, right? So the more you do that, the more you're able to scale and dominate through that profit domination I discussed earlier.
No, I see with some of the clients that I pick up, well, actually with a lot of the clients that I pick up, that they're on social media, but it's not really effective. And I'm sure you see a ton of the same stuff. So talk about first some of the trends that are happening, because there's a million platforms or a million ways that you can, be out there in the space. Talk about, some of the trends that you see going on in digital media or in media and marketing in general.
Yes.
And, some things that you think businesses need to be doing differently to really make themselves stand out.
Great question. So I would say the word viral is something that is helping and hurting our community, because I think when we hear words like that, we kind of focus on like, okay, I got to get content out, right? Sometimes you hear, subject experts and things like that say, in order for you to utilize social media, get your information out, things like that. But number one, when it comes to even something like marketing that is very connected to media, experts and those that actually that's what they do, I definitely believe that it's important to invest in companies like that, especially when corporate organizations, C-suite, business owners and nonprofits have the funds, as the other speaker was sharing prior. Funds are important because when you invest in those that's specifically what they're focused on, they know how to elevate you versus you trying to, waste the time of figuring it out yourself. We believe in saving time, not just for my company, but for my my network, because time flies. We're almost going into a brand new year, and as simple as it's the first day of the month, it can end up being the 30th so quickly. So definitely saving time through implementations like search engine optimization strategies, right? Internet digital strategies, media strategies from people that are experts in that space is something that can definitely save you time, amplify, because these are people that are doing, case studies, they're doing research, they're paying attention to data and all of these things. So my answer to all of the businesses that do struggle with this, of course, you can reach out to me with my company, but just in general, invest who's going to help you elevate, because marketing has a lot to do with why a lot of these, from McDonald's to NFL to, even CNN, right? A lot of these platforms, they use marketing. It's not just commercials. Media can be billboards, media can be on traveling, transits like buses and trains. And, our attention span is short, but if you catch our attention with implementations and things that really gear to the audience or the community, people will pay attention. People will watch an hour of an interview. People will watch a movie, right? So it's all about strategy, and it's all about investing in those that know what they're doing. Like we provide LinkedIn services outside of social media, right? But everyone that comes on LinkedIn, they may not know how to master it, where in the next, let's say 30 to 90 days, we're able to get you in a place where you become a thought leader. You become someone that people run to you versus you feeling like you need to run to them. We position you in a place where you're seen, where you're heard, when the information you put out there is valuable. So it's important to understand this, because in the digital wave, we focus too much on viral content, dancing, challenges, things like that. And it just gets so saturated because everyone looks at that and thinks, oh, let's do that. But there's experts that understand data, they understand numbers, they understand things that we see from a visual point of view, but we forget Google, YouTube, Pinterest. These platforms actually focus on the data. It focuses on what it's asking you that we can't see with our visual eyes, that experts that are on my team and in my community, they understand what's 10 years ahead of us. They understand what's going on later when we're focusing on something now that, you know, by the time it's kind of brought to the forefront, you know, there's people thinking of way ahead of time. So definitely surrounding yourself with the proper community that is ahead, and the data and the study and the time that they implement to really get what you need to thrive you, especially when it comes to marketing and media, is extremely important. So strategic strategies, right? Even with how you identified your company, strategic strategies, strategic solutions is something that, again, time is valuable. So when you have the investment and you make it in people that know what they're doing, it pushes you past your competition, and it pushes you in a way where you don't need to find yourself kind of lost figuring out, because businesses, we need to be bold, we need to have confidence, we need to understand that we're here for a purpose and serve it, versus kind of going 10 steps back trying to figure out how to, you know, share our value on the internet.
Right. You know, I try to help business owners and founders understand there's a difference between a click and a like and a lead. You know, so a click and a like is not a lead. And so, you know, you're doing a lot of things out there, you know, to get clicks and likes, but they're not, you know, generating leads for you, or they're not turning into leads, et cetera. The second thing is, you mentioned it, or you alluded to it. What most people think is marketing, it's just dead wrong. That they think marketing is the advertisement, and an advertisement is a small subset of marketing.
Yes.
But it's only for those folks who are ready to buy right now. And it does nothing really for building the know, like, and trust aspects of the whole sales process. So that's where the rest of the marketing comes in, and what you need to do. And much of that is, you know, again, do you have the right message? Are you targeting the right market? The media is what everybody wants to focus on, only in that, oh, I placed it here, I'm on Google. It's like, yeah, but you didn't do any of the other work. And that's what you're talking about, strategizing. That just says, what's your message? Who are you targeting that message for? Is that the right message for who you're targeting for? Yada, 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 all those kinds of things. And it sounds like that's where you're also spending your efforts with your clients, you know, in that space.
Absolutely.
So talk a little bit about, you know, what's really different and unique about your background being in marketing is the behavioral therapy part. So that always catches my attention. It's like, behavioral therapy. But talk about how that connects to the marketing piece, the target marketing piece, and how you're using it in your work with your clients.
Very quick question. So, number one, what I believe helps me stand out is I know that naturally I have a unique purpose, as I touched bases on a little bit earlier. You know, in my life, I've been exposed to trauma. I'm sure we all have, but going through a shooting, experiencing, you know, sexual assault and things like that as a woman of color, but not stopping there or letting that derail me is something that I think it's important, because a lot of times when things are happening to you, you're told to just kind of like focus on this, focus on that, but we have to process what's going on with us, right? If your day didn't go as well, it's not about focusing on how bad the day was, but it's being able to identify it. So with that behavior aspect, I was a behavior therapist about 6 years ago, and initially I was studying psychology, but after going through the hardship of experiencing the sexual trauma I did when working on finishing school, I felt imprisoned mentally, right? So even though I was trying, I wasn't giving it 100% because I wasn't properly dealing or, excuse me, processing the trauma. And yes, therapy is something that is amazing. I do highly recommend that as well. But I think also having coaching and consulting um, services from a business aspect, it's not therapy, but it's like its own version, if that makes sense. Because obviously, therapy, there's a licensing part and things like that. And where I specialize in the coaching and consulting aspect, and understanding that behavior has a lot to do with our mindset. Behavior has a lot to do with the decisions that we make every day, personally, professionally, financially, globally, spiritually, whatever it is. These affect our businesses. And I believe in personal development because personal development has a lot to do with you being a business owner. You can be as successful as you want to be, but if you're not mentally sound, if you're not mentally healthy, if you're not mentally operating at the capacity that you're literally able to do because you haven't been able to process or identify or be honest with yourself, you know what? This was something that was very trying for me, whether it was a hardship or maybe a loss in the family. And you may need to take a step back to reset your mind and heal. That's something that can absolutely affect your business because when we're providing services to our clients, they expect us to execute. Execution, sales, they go hand in hand. We're not trying to hear anything about, shoulda, coulda, woulda. No, you want to execute. So the importance of that behavioral therapy, that behavioral aspect is being able to do those mental check-ins with yourself every single day. Mentally check in with your clients, right? We can talk about data, we can talk about number, we can talk about finances, but how are you today? How are you in real life, right? Taking those 5, 10, 20-minute conversations is important because we're not robots, we're humans. We think, we feel, we can be right, we can be wrong, but having those safe conversations are so important because we all do need encouragement, right? We're people of color, we're African, we're Black. We already have a lot of things that are fighting against us. So a lot of times that can fuel us, but sometimes that can kind of feel like it's weighing us down. So I truly believe that it's important to identify the mental health aspect. No, you may not be a doctor, maybe you're not, a psychiatrist or something that is alluding to that particular place, but that's the blessing of coaching, right? Consulting. We're hitting you from angles that makes you think outside of your box. That's why your community, your professional circle is extremely important because mentorship is important. Coaching is important, but those that we understand, if we're mentors, if we're coaches, we also need that, right? We need to support each other because similar to, that community transformation, everybody benefits. So you need to understand the value that you provide and of course niching down and all of that, but you have to also understand the behavior aspect. Is your mind in a healthy place today that you can have a domino effect of healthy behavior, whether it's in your routine, your sleep, your exercise? These things have to do with you being a successful professional, especially as a Black business owner. Right? There's things that just happen, and it's not always about the expectation or understanding things. Yes, roll with the punches, move forward, but you also have to pause sometimes. And you also have to be able to be honest with yourself and identify and have that trusted, healthy circle. Am I okay today? And if the answer is no, what steps am I taking to address this? Right. So mental health has everything to do with why we are doing what we're doing. We're not just getting funding and providing money and opportunities and solutions, but we need to pay attention to what's going on in our brains and our minds. And that's something that is extremely important to our community to not just pay more attention to, but nurture it, right? Don't just focus on the problem, understand that the solution is already there, but identify, observe, and implement ways that you can be healthier in your behaviors, not for eye service, but something that truly gives you that ability to thrive moving forward.
Okay. Now, you've talked about your social community commitments and all the things that you do and the reasons behind what you do. Talk about the impact that you're looking to have through your organization on some of the social opportunities that exist within our community?
Great question. So definitely when it comes to the social aspect, number one, being a Nigerian, Igbo, African American woman born and raised in the nation's capital, I've definitely experienced a lot of great and not so great memories, plus those that expose and share, their stories with me. I believe storytelling has a lot to do with business. It
Mhm.
does, right? So
Mhm.
when it comes to the social aspect, storytelling, we're all doing that. But to me, I very am much in particular focus on, okay, is this story that I'm sharing, is this social interaction I'm having with others, is it poisoning our community or is it harvesting our community? Right? That's a question we all need to ask ourselves, because there's a lot of things that are out there that our community gears to, but it's hurting our people. It could be violence. It could be profanity. It could be things that are not proper examples for our children. And my mom said this all the time: children learn where they live. It's not just in your household, but it's in your neighborhood. It's in your community environments, whether it's a church, whether it's a business meeting, but your environments affect you even as adults. We don't stop growing as adults. So the social implementation is important, because you really have to ask yourself and have these conversations in your respective professional and even friendship spaces. Are we polluting when we socialize? Are we helping? Are we encouraging? Are we providing value? Are we taking these negative stigmas that whether we place on ourselves or other communities place on us? Like, how are we interacting? Because I think people get so focused on things that don't matter, when what actually does matter is, what are you feeding into these social communities? What are you feeding into these social circles? And even something like going out and having a good time, depending on the behavior and the decisions that you make there, that may not always show the best part of your character. So we have to pay attention. And coming back to what you said earlier, accountability. Accountability takes place in all forms of life, but definitely in your social interactions. We are Black people, okay? We're Black people, we're people of color, minorities, whatever they want to call us. So naturally, unfortunately, there's a negative stigma that comes with it. Like, you Black folks do X, Y, and Z, when in reality, a lot of us don't even represent that negative stigma. So when we go out, or even wherever it is that we're operating in social environments, even something like webinars or lives, or coming on to somebody's social digital speaking platform, whatever it is, we need to represent ourselves as the high value people that we actually are. Like, without our community, the world wouldn't even operate to the extent that it would. Imagine if Black people did not exist. You can't imagine it, because we have so much influence, so much power, so much knowledge, so much wisdom, so much value. And it's just disheartening when we just, take 20 steps back, when in reality, we need to pay attention to who we are, what we represent, and at the end of the day, representing it down to the T. That's
Right.
something that has a lot to do with our social community. So I just want to encourage everyone to just be honest, have these conversations with family members, your business partners, your professional environment. Represent ourselves better is something that just ultimately matters moving forward.
Good. You alluded to the impact that we have as Black folks, people of color on the world. I do this talk during Black History Month. Black entrepreneurs, or Black business folks you've never heard of that change the world, and it's just always amazing when people hear, it's like, oh my gosh, we wouldn't have that, we couldn't do that. This person was the reason why this major event happened in the world, and we've never heard their name, etc. So to your point, we have impact far beyond even as the insignificant individuals we sometimes see ourselves as. We have impact well beyond what we know and understand, and we need to carry ourselves to recognize that fact that there are a lot of folks, kids in your neighborhood, that are looking at you and to you to see what they're going to be like, or how they're going to behave, et cetera, or that you work with in very small, insignificant ways to you, but that are in huge ways, an impact to them. So well said, and thanks for that. We're running out of time, so I have two quick questions for you. One is the future. In 1 minute or less, what's the future of Lady E, Lady E Effect LLC? Where do you see it going? What's your plans?
Well, I'm always going to say transformation. Transformation is so important because at the end of the day, it really positions not just you, but that global outreach, that global influence to really help people heal, help people develop, help people grow, especially people of color, minorities, African Americans, Black people, but just in general, transformation is the number one word I'm always going to say for the future, for the present. We can't do anything about the past, but we can reflect on it to implement proper transformation. So I would just say that.
Okay. Last question. Talk about, for all those folks that are out there listening to you, there's a bunch of them who've started their business, but there's also a bunch of them who are thinking about it, et cetera. What would be the one piece of advice, if you could only tell them one thing, what would be the one piece of advice you would give to someone that is looking to start a business, or that has a business, to align what they're doing with their true passion and purpose?
Well, if I could use one word to answer that and have a little bit of a response afterwards, now. The word is now. There's a time to be patient. There's a time to wait, but now. I would encourage them to do it now. Mistakes are going to happen. You could be 10, 15, 20 years in business. We're not perfect. Again, we're human beings growing as we develop and thrive, but do it now. Don't focus on, of course, business operations and all of that is important, but do it now. Do it now, because there's people that are out there that are literally waiting for the solutions through your business that you have to offer that puts you completely aside versus everybody else. So
Right.
do it now. That's what I would say.
Good. I think that's great advice. Don't put off for all the, I need to wait for it. And that doesn't mean, you're not saying throw caution to the wind. Doing it now doesn't mean, be impractical. Doing it now doesn't mean, not being organized about it, or, being risky. Risky, that's the wrong word. Being dangerously risky about it. It just says take action.
Yes.
So I like that.
Yeah, it's a process. So just do it, pay attention to who's around you. But just do it, right? Be intentional, use integrity, understand that you have a purpose to fulfill and nobody else is going to do it but you. Have a supportive community, but you have to fulfill your purpose. That's what we were created for. So do it now. Yeah.
So before you sign off, tell people how they can get a hold of you, how they can contact you if they want to work with you, hear more about you, get copies of your book, any of those things.
Yes. So thank you for that question. For anyone that is looking to get in touch with me, Edith, you're welcome to visit me on theladyeeffect.com. You're also welcome to email me, edith@theladyeeffect.com. I'm also on all social media. Primarily, my favorite one is LinkedIn. So definitely to all of you business owners, don't hesitate to connect with me. Share with me a DM if you don't send me an email already, or come on my website. And just reach out to me through there. I'm happy and here to, serve right now. So don't hesitate. Like I said, let's take action now. Let's leap now. And, didn't share this much in the speaking, but coming from an athletic process of, doing track and field and all those type of things, I was a sprinter. So I believe in finishing the race. You have to start, right, to finish the race. So start now. That's what I would like to say.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you, inspiring talking with you. I'm sure people have gotten a lot out of all of the advice and information and insights that you've provided. So Look forward to having you back again on the Black Business Network. But until then, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
So, folks, remember that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students, specifically high school seniors going to college, and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the Expo is a fundraiser, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use a Cash App to donate using the account $BBX USA. Again, the $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to at least 10 students. And students, you can go on that same website to register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, the month of September 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the Expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box. I am engaging
inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm, and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer who uses the concept of small change to big things to create strategic solutions for business owners and founders that doubles their profits in 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this afternoon, for this morning, we're still morning, for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, from Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker and guest is Remy Jules. Remy is a passionate advocate and subject matter expert in affordable housing initiatives through both government programs and at the city level and the federal level, based in Austin, Texas. With a lifelong connection to the city, Remy has gained a deep understanding of the housing challenges faced by local communities. He's known for his influence in driving affordable housing policies both at local and state levels, and he has an extensive knowledge of government regulations and has positioned himself as a key figure in reshaping housing policies for underserved populations. And as a real estate investor, he blends profitability with social responsibility, focusing on creating sustainable, affordable housing solutions. So, without further ado, please help me present Mr. Remy Jules. Quite an impressive background there. There you go. Quite an impressive background and quite a noble commitment. Waiting for.
There we go. All right, let's try it again. All
there
right,
we go.
Yeah.
Abracadabra.
Right. Yeah. Have a little streaming etiquette here. But happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me, Mr. Wormsby. Excited to be here. Grateful to the Black Business Network just to be able to share. But yes, sir. Specifically in regards to alternative housing, born and raised, like you mentioned, in Austin, Texas, very passionate about just really being able to get back to my community. I really care about the needs of the people. And as you know, because of the economic downturn, right, we're seeing more and more people that are going into and facing homelessness. And so I just wanted to see how I could leverage real estate as a means, as a strategy, creatively, just to be able to give back to my community. And so just happy to be here and excited to be here to be able to share a little bit more about my initiative.
Well, super. I understand we're going to be doing a fireside chat, so I want to get right into it because it's going to be a ton of information. I'm sure that folks are going to gobble up when you start talking about real estate and investment. There's a lot of ears get perked up, et cetera. And then when you combine that with social policy and eliminating some social issues. It gets everybody's attention. So let's jump into it real quick. As you said, you're from Austin, kind of born and raised, et cetera. Stayed there, to kind of develop your life and career. What was it specifically that got you into housing as an issue?
Yes. So two things. What actually got me into housing specifically as an issue is I've always had a passion and I always had a love for real estate. And I wanted to see what were some really creative strategies that I can ensure my investments. And one of the things that kind of really stood out to me was government contracting. I was actually government contracting in a specifically separate field. It was initially for media, marketing management, graphic design. And I found out that there were actually, I found out that my state was actually offering specific contracts regarding housing related services. And that can be from serving pretty much any at-risk group. And what I mean by at-risk, the demographic can look like the homeless population or unhoused population, those that transition out of the federal penitentiary system, the federal system. There was always opportunities for immigrants. As we see, there's a huge issue around immigration today. And so a lot of them needed to be housed. And then also the kids that age out of the foster care. And then we just can't forget about our taking care of our heroes, which are our enforcement, our fire departments, and our veterans. And so that was actually specifically, I was like, okay, how can I utilize these properties to take care of these individuals? And then there were actually contracts that were actually available to cater to the needs of these demographics.
Okay. Now, being born and raised in the city where you're doing this in, how does that provide, an advantage for you in, kind of staying in this space and creating solutions in this space? And did it give you any, or does maybe Austin have any unique issues, challenges, concerns, solutions, in the area of housing that, makes you a little bit more unique in what you do?
Yes, sir. So right now, unfortunately, believe it or not, just last March, they recently closed down. They've been actually closing down a lot of our shelters. And that created a significant need. And so they've been looking for pretty much some type of creative solution in regards to that. So what me and some of my colleagues and my partners did was we kind of created more like a community living model or shared living model. The city of Austin was providing permanent supportive housing contract opportunities where these individuals, whether they be on some type of Social Security income, some type of subsidy, or even some type of voucher, they would be able to share a room or share a bed. Because right now, as we know it, a lot of people don't know, but a lot of our shelters are at maximum capacity. So they're looking for outside investors, outside third-party property owners that would be willing to utilize their properties or their portfolio of their properties for the purposes of housing and getting these people off the street. And then at the same time, they're providing incentives, really great incentives, for just becoming a community vendor, community partner, or community hero. So they want to basically keep you funded. And what a lot of people don't understand is in regards to this process, you think of the model, you automatically assume, well, I really, that demographic, what about the damages to my property and so forth and so forth, which are very understanding concerns to have. However,
I think we're experiencing
specifically here in Austin, we're seeing more and more shelters. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah. There's a little connection issue, so you're pausing in and out every once in a while. So just be aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Just let me know where I stopped at in the yes, sir. So basically, where the opportunity.
So we're going to take some time and get back a hold of Remy to improve the connectivity piece. But for those who are out there, it's an interesting thing. So Remy is in the affordable housing and housing the homeless or housing those, who, don't have permanent shelter, permanent housing, et cetera. And as a business coach and consultant, I'm always, surprised by sometimes, but impressed with and reinforces the uniqueness that you can serve in any market or industry. So even within housing, I've dealt with, housing businesses that are for-profit and not-for-profit, housing, kind of centric, organizations that are local versus regional, et cetera. So, sorry, Remy, while you were reconnecting, I was just talking to the audience about the diversity, even within any industry or segment of how you can provide unique services and capabilities. So I was talking about within housing and housing the homeless. I've had, two clients, and you're the third person in the space who does it completely different. So there was a contractor, a business that was using technology under the kind of platform concept similar to an Airbnb of how do I use technology as a way of matching people to available housing and to eliminate that issue. There was one who was using more what I call the Habitat for Humanity model. How do I get funders to help me build houses that I can use that? And then someone like you that's more on the entrepreneurial model of, okay, how can I take what I'm doing as a business to serve this market, et cetera. So it's just things out there that just says, I don't care what business you're in, what industry you're in, you can find a niche that works for you and your passions and your commitment. And here's just another example of that. So, but now continue on.
No, yes, sir. You're absolutely right. Because see, when it comes to this model, this is an ever evolving model, right? There's really no one way that you can give back to your community. Specifically with me, I just wanted to know, how can I ensure my investment? And my goal was, how can I use my blessings to be a blessing to others? And so I just knew that in my city, I was seeing, a lot of gentrification, a lot of people being forced out of their communities, a lot of people that could, possibly couldn't afford their rent. So there's an opportunity there for me to basically be able to gain access to these properties, be able to utilize it not just for rent, but for the opportunity to allow people to stay in their communities without being forced out, but still being able to afford it. That was my initial component. And then when I saw that there were government contract opportunities, whether it be on the city level, county level, or on the state level, then there's an opportunity where we can ensure not only profitability, but you don't have to, compromise your integrity, right? You're still able to make passive income, but still being able to serve the needs of the community. And what I love about state representatives, city commissioners to get behind those efforts, because guess what?
So we'll reach back out again just to see if we can get him at a place where a little stronger connectivity. One of the things that we'll talk with Remy about is his use of government programming and government policies to be able to support his business objectives. And so that's something that I think all folks out in the audience should be interested in because it's a great source of leads for your business, no matter what business category you're in, whether it's state level, city level, or federal level programming, and no matter what country you're in, each government's going to have something that they're going to do to support. And so we'll want to, talk with Remy about how he's used those and how they've been key to his business strategy. And what he would, recommend to others as to the best way to be able to use that, going forward. And for every city, every state, and at the federal level here in the United States, there are agencies and organizations who are geared towards getting you certified to be a supplier, to those agencies, as well as teaching and training you about the requirements and getting you some leads for business within those programs. So it's a great source, and if you are in business already and haven't used those, look into them. If you are looking to start a business, it may be a way that you can get some initial contracts through your certification, and often those municipalities, those agencies at the state and federal level will have programs for minority suppliers, women-owned business suppliers, et cetera. That makes it easier for you to get engaged and involved. So great opportunities from that perspective. And as I was talking earlier, as we try to loop back with Remy, the niching of a market shouldn't be overlooked or understated. That as I was relaying the story, that even in something that seems as standardized as homelessness or the unhoused, that you can get involved in that in so many different ways or functions that is different and unique than the next person. And so you can always offer some service that is going to be unique to your skill set and to your passions and your interests. And that's one of the most important things about being in business, is understanding and identifying what it is that you want to do, what it is that you want to accomplish, what impact you want to have. And based on that, how does that fit and align with your passions? How does that fit and align with your motivations? And how do you use that to be in business for yourself? So welcome back, Remy.
Yes.
The gremlins are fast and furious trying to work on us here. So
somebody's mad.
That's all right. So talk a little bit. I was asking folks to listen as you talk some more about your use of government programs and how you use city level, state level, and federal level programs to spark your business to grow your business? And what advice would you give to them about best ways to approach that?
Absolutely. My number one piece of advice is get involved. If there is a demographic that you want to serve, that you feel compelled or passionate about, feel free to join those. Something as simple as a chamber of commerce, something as simple as the economic development board. You'll find out where the needs are. They usually are all like on a consistent monthly, quarterly basis. They're having weekly, monthly meetings talking about, hey, this is our next 5 to 10 year plan. This is what we plan on doing with our spending. And if that's something that you're passionate about in regards to, okay, how can we serve in the education system? How can we serve, those underutilized in the financial literacy space? Those are just regular opportunities that you can take to just find out. And when I say get involved, there's simple practical apps that you can take or utilize. You can actually utilize what's called Eventbrite. You can basically just go to Eventbrite. Eventbrite is a free platform. You just go on Eventbrite and you just type in whatever you're passionate about and just find like local meetings, find local events that you can just tap into specifically geared toward that demographic, that community, or that opportunity that you would like to serve in. And, feel free to find organizations that align with your values and just get involved. Just make yourself known. And I really believe that really it's just about getting involved, just taking the first step. Don't be afraid to just do something as simple as Eventbrite. And another one is called Meetup. Meetup is an opportunity, and there's all types of groups on Facebook. You can find Facebook programs, you can find Facebook events where you can actually do like local meetups. Find people that align with your values, find people that align with your interests, find people that align with the things that you want to get involved in, whether it be from the community support aspect or just for networking purposes, right? With me specifically, I just started looking up government contract events. I got involved into an organization. It's called NAMAC, which stands for the National Association for Minority Contractors. Well, when I told them that I did housing, believe it or not, I met a veteran that had a veteran business. And what he tries to do is he tries to help veterans once they transition out of services to basically have veteran jobs. Well, guess what? Well, a lot of the times, if they're looking for jobs, 9 times out of 10, they may be looking for housing too, right? So how can they qualify? What kind of just, it just brings up a conversation. It just allows opportunities for you just to really develop a rapport with those that associate and align with your interests. And believe it or not, especially there's a lot of veterans out there that may not can afford to markets that they live in. So then they find out about resources that are geared toward them. There's a program called the HUD-VASH. It stands for the Veteran Assistance of Supports and Housing Voucher Program. And that specifically gears toward making sure kind of like just to kind of associate it, but not exactly, but it kind of associates it to kind of like a Section 8, where if a person is 100% disabled or just can't afford to be in the market that they live in, the federal government is willing to subsidize their rent, and to where they can only they'll cover 80 to 90%, and then they cover the other portion. So it's just things like that. Just get involved. Don't be afraid to branch out. Right. Don't be afraid. I mean, we can find all types of social events. We can find all types of entertainment events. But if you're passionate about something and you want to be an advocate or support to it, find things that align with your values and with your interests.
One of the things with those types of programs is there are often certification procedures that you have to go through to get registered or qualified to do those programs. And that often scares, people from our community, businesses from our community away. Talk about one, how you can, get either assistance in filling those out, or why it's important to put that, aside and still, make sure that you get certified for the program. Did we get a gremlin again? Well, while we wait to get Remy back, I'm one of those that initially was the same way, that it's, oh, that's a lot of paperwork. Oh gosh, that takes so much time. Oh gosh, I'm busy trying to do this. I'm so busy trying to get leads that I'm not spending the time to get certified for a program that could bring me business. And so I would encourage you, don't make the mistake that people like me have done in the past, where you delay that because they are great programs. There's tons of dollars within those government contracts and programs. And again, doesn't matter what industry you're in. If you're in some kind of construction or building trades services, there's lots of opportunity. But even on things where you think it's not as probable, maybe it's you're in accounting or you're in consulting or coaching. There's just a ton of programs out there that and contracts at the city level, at the state level, that you can get involved with, that you can have access to and bid on, or that you can be a subcontractor on. Where I've done that on some programs where, look, that's too big for me as a sole practitioner to do, but I can go to those meetings and find those folks who are looking to, the bigger organizations that are looking to do that, and I can ask them about being a subcontractor on their program. Now, why would you do that? One, it gives you exposure and experience. Two, it brings you in some sales. But three, it gets you, for many of those projects, they need, or programs, they need minority suppliers based on the metrics they're trying to achieve. And you being one of the certified vendors will help, with those metrics as well. So continue on. Sorry, I was just talking a little bit about why it's important and critical and some of the mistakes I made, getting certified right up front.
And thank you, Mr. Wormsby. You've been a phenomenal host through all the technical difficulties. But
No
what
worries.
I will say is this: for those that are really interested in getting something started, is like this. It's not as difficult as a lot of folks think. Literally, every city, every municipality has called what's a SMBRC, which stands for Small Minority Business Resource Center, and they will literally help you get certified, and they will help you become a vendor of that specific area, whatever your interest is, whatever your trade is: plumbing, electrical, real estate, anything from construction, whatever your interests are. There are just small ways to actually get access to it. And guess what? A lot of the times they walk you through the processes. They're asking you for your LLC establishment paperwork. They're asking you for those bank accounts. So then guess what? Then you just basically find the next codes that aligns with your services, that aligns initially with the services that you're trying to provide to your community. And then they will actually send you those opportunities. They will actually start sending you via email solicitations on a daily basis. You'll just start getting multiple solicitations, and that's just a way to be able to give back. And so it's just another opportunity for you to put your business on the map, for the better lack of words, and then also just be able to build out rapport with the community and with the city. And then guess what? They always have trainings. They're always having a multitude of different events in regards of how to do business with. And So you can fill in the blank: how to do business with the city, how to do business with Capital Metro, how to do, which is a transportation system, how to do business with the state of Texas, how to do business with your county. So they're always having a multitude of different events. And then they also assist with the certification process. So that can lead to the Minority Business Enterprise. That can lead to the SBE certification, which stands for Small Business Enterprise. And me specifically, I have what's called the Hub Zone, which stands for Historically Underutilized Business Zone. And believe it or not, Austin is considered a hub zone. So it was just an opportunity for me to leverage my certification opportunity to see how I can be an advocate for my community through housing. And so what I love about what I do specifically is, like I mentioned earlier, I don't have to compromise my morality with my integrity, because at the end of the day, some people, they're about the almighty dollar, right? And, I don't know how many people are familiar with the Austin market, but it's been a part of this big tech boom for the last 10, 15 plus years. And so unfortunately, they're considering Austin to become the San Francisco of Texas. And in most cases, that can make people scared. That can make people just kind of be like, oh, I'm just going to throw my hands up with it. But this was an opportunity for me to see how I can work with city officials, different organizations, organizational partners. And I'm going to shout out some of those organizations. I hope you don't mind. But I want to shout out to Austin Area Urban League. Austin Area Urban League, they were probably one of my first official partners outside of ECHO, which stands for Ending Community Homeless Outreach. They were one of my first partners to where I was able to get connected with a really good case manager. They was assisting men and women that were transitioning out of the prison system. And when they were transitioning out of the prison system, they were providing second chance employment programs. But guess what? In order for them to even be a part of the program, they needed to have some type of housing component, housing stability. So they were willing to partner with those that were willing to provide their properties for the purposes of being a vendor or a third-party contractor with them. So they already to be that support to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice transitioning out. And then guess what? Now they're giving back, right? They're giving back. And what a lot of people don't know is that when these people are coming out, when these individuals are coming out of the prison system, these organizations, because they have the grants and they have the funding, they are completely, they're willing to cover the first 3 to 6 months until they actually graduate from their second chance program. So now you have an opportunity where you have guaranteed funding for 3 to 6 months until they graduate their program. They go right into employment. So that continues the efforts toward employment and consistent rent for you, for these individuals. So it's just a great way to give back. It's just a huge, great way to give back. And then also the city of Austin, they have what's called the Project Connect. Specifically, they allocated $350 million toward affordable housing efforts. So it's just things like that to where the opportunities are. It doesn't hinder anything just because it's not ideal or it's not traditional. Get out of the mindset of being pay over rent, right? Especially if rent is $2,500, $2,700, $3,000, $3,500, depending on these specific areas. So now we can actually do some type of collective living, community shared living or shared living environment, and then you can actually fund it through the state.
I definitely want to connect with you afterwards about that program because I have some ways to incorporate that in some things that I'm doing. So I appreciate that insight. Second, so one of the things that always, kind of stops folks about the government, programs and policies is that, I got to get certified and that's a pain. And that there's all these forms. The other often is you got to, they're so regulated and there's so much oversight. You got to do it this way versus that way. And I don't know if I want to be bothered with all that. Talk about, some of the things that you're doing, in your space around regulations, and how does that either make your work easier, or how do you navigate that space so that you're getting the good, meaning the leads, the business, the revenue up front with the program, and able to manage, the expense, the operations, the structure side.
Well, believe it or not, each agency has their the only regulations that they really have is just making sure that the properties are in city or in county, right? To actually qualify to be considered as a vendor. And then they want to make sure that a lot of these properties
Well, we got Gremlins one more time. when Remy comes back, we're almost out of time for this slot, but one of the things I want to make sure we do is get his contact info. There he is. You there?
There we go. Here we go.
Okay. So you were going through,
There we go. Make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. You were going through some of the regulation aspects, and you were basically saying that it's not as complicated as you think, that each agency will kind of walk you through the process and make sure that, you are, good to go when you're dealing with it. Is that correct?
And so, yes, sir, that is correct. And so specifically geared toward me, every agency has its own specific dynamics of what they matter. They do their own inspections, just making sure that we're compliant. But literally the main two that they worry about is an entrance and an exit. And it's just making sure that it's along a transit system. So that way these individuals can have into access to a bus line, and then within so many miles within a hospital for Medicare, or medical needs or services. And so, but before we have any more technical difficulties, please reach out to me. You guys can hit me up directly. You can find me at support at elect, program at elect, ELECT, housing solutions.org. You can find me there, find a little bit more about my program, and then feel free to reach out to me, guys, and set up a time on the calendar. We can connect that way, and this pretty much is the Calendly link information, and then the additional after that will be considered Remy Marcel.
So we will get Remy's contact information and make sure that for the tape recording that we get it, so that you can always access that as well. And when he comes back in, I'm actually going to have him type it into the production chat so that we can communicate that out during the afternoon session or the next session of the Black Business Network shows and programming. So with that, we're going to talk about what's coming up next, talk about our sponsors, but first do fundraising for the Black Business Expo, because as you are aware, or hopefully you're aware, the Black Business Expo is a fundraising activity. We use this as a way of raising funds for high school seniors going to college, or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So because it's a fundraiser, we're trying to raise money for students. You can go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App and look for the account or put in the account $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register for the laptops and scholarships by going to that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts, so make sure to donate. Also, I want to make sure we thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA programming for this month, September 2024. Those sponsors include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, the Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Look forward to programming later on in the day. And until then, remember that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way.